Alright, today we gotta go on with our Nightmare Dungeon tier list. So we got like 21 dungeons done. I don't know how many there's left, but it's probably quite a bit. So got this sealed archive scene. Don't have yet. What else do we have? And I wish I could just sort these by name. Probably just need to do some more crafting here. Old stones. Oh yeah, there's another one. Okay, we can do old stones. I got these already. Ancient Lament. Oh. Let's see. We'll get this one. This one has barrier.
Thanks.
Oh, you got a better one. Drifting Shade. Chocolate. So this one here. This one here. Okay, so that's the next three we do. Right, so let's start with Ancient. Whatever that is. In Dry Steps. So 59,000 should be still accurate. I didn't touch anything. Yeah. Right, let's get this buffs going. Didn't change anything since the last one, so it should work just fine. So we're just gonna do the same thing again. So, right. So again, 3 Nightmare Dungeons. And gonna look at the Obducite gain only. And I think I have like 40 dungeons ahead of me or something like that. Right, so there's the first whatever Bloodstone. So this does already look like a dungeon I don't like. Because, okay, I have to get used to clicking these. So you don't want to have like these Bloodstones in the first dungeon when you're starting, because if you're playing autocast, it's like really it's a little bit difficult to click those statues. So you kind of gotta get used to it a little bit after starting. So I'm just gonna remove 10 seconds of the time of this one here, just to be fair. UA trade? What's that? Destroy the demonic corruptions. This is pretty good actually, this dungeon. Even though the first objectives were not so nice. Just finish the elites here. I don't know if it's worth finishing this dungeon. I think it's not actually. I'm just gonna stop it and take a couple of seconds off here for just horribly failing this one. This is not too bad, honestly. Like if you don't screw up, you're probably looking at 1 second, 1 minute, 40 seconds or something like that. The thing is, you don't even know most of these dungeons because, you know, you really haven't paid attention to Nightmare Dungeons for like a long time because, you know, Nightmare Dungeons were just useless. So you wouldn't pay attention to the rotations or anything. And now all of a sudden... Wow, there's 2 statues? Interesting. Now all of a sudden, you have Nightmare Dungeons, which are actually something good. And you don't know all these dungeons. You just assume, oh, this dungeon sounds bad, right? This dungeon's names, for whatever reason, is bad, so I assume this dungeon's bad. Like, whenever I hear something like, you know, whatever keep... Like, some names which I just don't like, which doesn't sound familiar to me, then I would automatically assume that it's a bad dungeon. Which, you know, might not even be the case. So yeah, if you would, you should definitely in this dungeon probably switch the these roundabouts. Doesn't feel like they're worth it. There's like not many elites in this dungeon. So this is really probably just like a 1 minute dungeon you just complete without doing any extra stuff here. But yeah, this is pretty fast, I guess. But the fastest dungeons, to me, didn't seem like the best ones. Because you have a lot of loading screens, you have a lot of overhead. And the longer dungeons with the higher elite packs seem to be much more rewarding to me. Because these just give you like 600 Obducite each or something like that, and even though they're faster, you technically cannot run these all the time, right? So this happened again right now, so now I had 2 times where the second Bloodstone was basically right here. And I'm just gonna finish this now. So I have like a kind of, you know, average timing here. I guess if you're gonna assume you find this first Bloodstone very fast in this dungeon, then it will be very fast. But you cannot really assume that it's always gonna be like that. Damage is very low. I don't think the damage is very low, honestly. I guess it depends what content you are playing. I mean, in Nightmare Dungeons don't require a lot of damage. So this caps out at like tier 75 pit. Wait, what was it? 61.3. So I'm just gonna take 15 seconds out of this, just to be fair. Pedestral. Hill 3. Doors no. Linear yes. As you can see, this is just like 766 per dungeon. So for like it's okay, right? It's definitely a good dungeon. Well, I mean, it really depends on your amulet, right? You need good rolls on your amulet, and other than that, there's really not so much stuff boosting the damage in this build. you really just... I don't know, I feel like you don't have a lot of damage variance in this build at all. Maybe I'm wrong there, but... I mean, maybe you just don't have the gear. But again, it depends what you're running. Like, if you're running pit, this is not the best build for pit running. Thought on the mid-season buff? Well, they buffed Inferno again. So, first of all the buffs are irrelevant, except for Inferno. Even though the Meteor buffs are nice, Meteor is still gonna be a piece of shit. So, basically, there's no buffs other than Inferno. And, you know, Inferno, Incinerate, whatever that thing is called, right? Incinerate, I think. So there's basically no buffs except for Incinerate. And, well, Incinerate is probably gonna be... I mean, it's probably like a 600% buff or something like that to Incinerate. So I'm definitely gonna try that build. It's probably gonna end up being like, maybe like tier 95 pit or something like that, I would assume. That's probably the range you can do with Incinerate. But besides that, the build is not gonna be viable. It depends on how the buff is, because they said, you know, it's gonna get 25x of your bonus damage to burning enemies. So it depends if that's really just gonna be really the stat damage to burning, so really that literal stat, extra damage to burning. Because of that, you can pretty much just get like roughly like 250%, maybe 300%. So it's just gonna be like a 400 to 500% damage buff for the build. Oh, this dungeon is absolutely a piece of crap. Or if it also includes burning damage. Yeah, Hydras is just for early game, right? So, I mean, Hydras are already extremely strong early game, and they buff them even more. I mean, absolutely no problem, right? You're gonna have the best leveling phase with even more Hydra damage, and familiar damage also has been doubled. So that's basically the two things you use in early game, right? So it's a very, very strong buff for early game. Incinerate, you don't want to play in early game. That skill is just garbage in early game. It's just going to slow you down so much. But yeah, so if it really... Because the wording said your bonus damage to burning enemies. So if that's really like that, it's going to be a 400% buff or something like that. But if it's also include your bonus burning damage, then it would be much more. And you know, you really cannot trust the wording on these glyphs. But it can, right now it can mean anything, right? It can mean bonus damage to burning, it can mean burning damage, like it's completely random. So you would have to test it at the dummy, which stat it actually benefits. Because burning damage you can get a decent amount of from the torch glyph. But yeah, so I mean it's like at least a 400 to 500% buff on Incinerate. So that's at least, you know, the correct range they are buffing spells, right? That's basically the first real buff they made to a Sorc skill since like forever. Because they basically just gave it an infinite multiplier. Well, it's not an infinite multiplier, because bonus damage to burning you cannot get from items, right? So you really can just get it from like 2 Paragon glyphs. And there's, I think, 2 Paragon nodes. Did it just stop this timer? That was wrong. No. Hydras are just dealing no damage. So, I mean, you can do it, but it's not gonna work. So Hydras by itself, they just don't do anything, basically. 50% more is nice for early game, but it's still not gonna be... It doesn't even matter. Like, just casting the Hydras instead of like a core skill is just gonna remove DPS, basically, from your... So, really, the 50% damage buff there's gonna do nothing at all. They just don't do any damage, period. So they would need like a 500% buff or something like that. Wait, can I pick this up? Is it? Is this a bug? Yeah, this is a bug. Gotta remove 10 seconds here. No, Meteor is not gonna work. It's the build is just bad by design. It's just way too slow until meteors drop, and they still don't do any damage. Like, even though, like, right now you get, like, an extra, what is it, like 2 or 3 meteors per cast, technically, the skill is just too bad. You can do, like, tier 80 pits, so after the buff you maybe can do tier, like, 85. But it's never going to be a top-end build. And it's also, if you ask me, it's not a fun build. I don't like the build at all. It's way too slow, if you ask me. Like, you have to dodge mobs manually. Like, you have no crowd control and shit like that. So I really don't like the build. And the design of the build, that it requires a unique helmet, already disqualifies it as anything playable in endgame. Because you're just not going to have Air of Perdition, which is so freaking strong. And that will already disqualify the build, basically. So there would need to be like another 50% multiplier on the Meteor helmet for it to be viable. This is one of the worst dungeons. It has doors, it has like horrible layout, it's absolutely not linear. So this is really gonna be going the shit tier, for sure. Wow, now I'm missing one. There's a good amount of elites though. But yeah, it's certainly gonna be shit here. Not squishy. I feel like builds are not squishy anymore, so since you get so much survivability of Paragon, I don't feel Fireball is squishy at all. I mean, I was playing Fireball against tier 102 pits, and I was just face tanking everything. I didn't even die once when I was pushing, so I don't feel that build is squishy at all, to be honest. I just want to wipe this boss because I will forget. Abomination. And we have Animus. And the first one was one pedestrian. Doors, many doors. Linear, no. Bad dungeon, basically. Yeah, that's... I don't... So there's certain doors you just cannot teleport through, and certain doors you can teleport through. And it's really, really annoying. It has been in this game since forever. What build is this? This is a speed farming teleport build. The first one is destroy 2, not... I'm gonna skip this goblin here. Well, I can just kill it and deduct 100. I think I didn't loot it. But I will loot it when I go back here. So I have to remove 100. What? I don't get this freaking dungeon. Like, now there's a... Ah, you have to kill the corruption hearts, and wow, the objectives of this dungeon are just out of control. So you have to kill like 2 of these corruption hearts, then you have to pick up this goddamn stone, put it on the pedestal. Absolutely horrible. I think this is the worst dungeon of all I played so far. I didn't remember how bad this was, but I was using this back in the days where you would need to farm aspects for leveling efficiently. Old Stones had like a good aspect in it. I don't know, I don't remember what it was, but it was a good aspect. But yeah, this is absolutely horrible. You like these doors, you just can't port. And sometimes you're lucky because the mobs will open the doors from inside. But It doesn't happen all the time, so... Yeah, this is just one of the worst dungeons, probably. If not the worst of all. It's like so much backtracking involved as well. Yeah, this build, you cannot even play this build without Shako, right? So, like, this helmet is mandatory for this build. You cannot play it without. Don't even try. It's not gonna work. You better off just play like a regular build. You will never... It doesn't make any sense. Like, this item is the core of all speed farming because it gives you cooldown reduction. So if you don't have this item with good masterworking, you don't even need to attempt to play this. There's no point making a speed farming build without having the item which enables your speed. It's just pointless. 64.5. 64.5. 852. 0. I mean, let's just be fair, and I'm just gonna remove 20 seconds here, right? This dungeon is still like absolutely horrible. Alright, so then let's go for sealed archives in dry steppes. No, I will never triple masterwork anything. Basically, I don't see any point in wasting my lifetime in triple masterworking in this game. The game is just too bad to attempt min-maxing items like that. It's just something I would never recommend to anybody. Just do something meaningful with your life, like go out, have a party, grab a drink, you know, do whatever you want, but don't triple masterwork your items in D4. Basically, everything you can do, except for, you know, getting yourself into jail because you're doing something illegal. It's better than triple masterworking your gear in D4. I mean, I could probably do it in the end, right? But I would have to get a second Shako first. And I mean, I just don't see the point to min-max in this game, because this game has no endgame. Let's just face it. There's like literally zero endgame in this game. I know people want to call like pit pushing and stuff like that endgame, but for me that's no endgame. That's just a waste of your lifetime. And triple masterworking is exactly the same, right? You're min-maxing for like 1% or 2% or whatever little percent reward. You're just putting like hours and hours of lifetime into it. And just the RNG, clicking all these buttons, is just so goddamn annoying, and I would just not ever do it. Right? I already hate double masterworking my items because I hate the goddamn RNG. So I will never attempt to triple masterwork any item. It's really... The system is just not good. The design of the system is horrible. So I also don't get people in this game who try to do it. Because either it is because you look at some random build guide and you think you have to do it, and then, you know, probably you're not even gonna achieve anything because you will never hit the 3 masterworks unless you want to farm for like 15 hours for the materials to then statistically get it. Yeah, I mean, highly would not recommend doing that. In the end, you don't need this for any build. What you're gonna get out of triple masterworking your items, you're maybe gonna push 1 pit tier higher, or you're maybe gonna, you know, speed farm like 5% faster, not even 5%, maybe 1%. Triple masterworking my Shako doesn't do anything at this point because I already have 75% cooldown reduction anyway. Yeah. So that's the story of triple masterworking my stuff. It's not gonna happen ever. I mean, I do it if I'm lucky, right? So I always just do 2 times. And if I'm lucky, I hit this 3rd time, fine. But if I don't, I just, you know, stop at that point and call it a day. So I'm not doing this for gathering Obducite. I'm doing this because I'm tiering Nightmare Dungeons. Because this is a very, very good way to get yourself Obducite. But you need Obducite for the 1st and 2nd tier, and also for the 3rd tier. So if you want to do a new build, you need a good amount of Obducite to do it. But if you want to triple masterwork your build, you know what? Yeah, you're probably better off getting carried through Kura's Undercity or something like that. So you're gonna need so much Obducite, you're gonna farm Nightmare Dungeons all freaking day, basically. I don't know if that's something you want to do. Yeah, but that would be way too easy. If you could just reset the last level, you know, Masterworking would be way too cheap. Like, everybody would have perfect items within, like, one day. So it would be way, way too easy. It should just be, you know what, you need, whatever, like 2,000 Obducite, or, no, let's just make it like, you need 5k Obducite to choose the 1st level, then you need 15k to choose the 2nd, and then you need, whatever, 50k or 100k even to choose the 3rd, right? Something which is just not RNG. Or you could just do random, right? If you just care about the if you don't care about the stat at all, if you just want to get like the power increase, you can just go random, or you should just have a fixed amount to not go random. Or at least to increase your odds, like, you know, you could, you know, spend 50% more to, you know, remove two possible outcomes, like the 50-50 Joker in, you know, the Millionaire Show, whatever. Aspect which does 100% crit. I don't know there's an aspect which does 100% crit. I'm not sure what you're talking about. How fast can you clear tier 80 pit? I think tier 80 pit is not optimal for this build. Tier 80 pit you will be somewhere around 2 minutes, a little bit more than 2 minutes. This is for tier 75 is good for this build. Tier 80 monster HP is already too high. So this is very good for clearing tier 75 pit. Tier 80 is like 2 to 2.5 minutes depending on the pit. But you also change like a little bit of gear. So in pit you go for Raiment instead of Shroud of False Death, because you need to group the mobs. And you're gonna put your Lightning Spear on your Amulet instead of somewhere else. Because I'm basically playing the Lightning Spear aspect not on my Amulet in this, because the Chain Lightnings are gonna one-shot stuff regardless, right? But in pit, Chain Lightning is not gonna one-shot stuff, so you gotta swap those aspects around. But yeah, in general, it's okay for fast pit runs, but it's definitely not the best in this setup. But I also don't recommend speed farming pits on the Sorc, so... This is actually a pretty good dungeon. It really has no objectives. Okay, so... Let's see. We have 66.2k. That was sealed archives. We have 555. And that was just key plus door and nothing, right? Yeah, no doors and linear. This is a pretty good dungeon, actually. I mean, again, it's not good, actually, because the Obducite is just low. But I mean, we're gonna do we're gonna check them out at the end. But I thought it was be better, but the gain was pretty low actually. That's why I'm saying like the fastest dungeons don't seem to be like the best nightmare dungeons. It's more about the elite density. It's really not about how fast you can finish the dungeon. Right, let's see what else do we have. Enclave. Good. I think Tomb of the Saints I already did. No. No way. Tomb of the Saint. There's Monster Barrier though. Okay. Oh wait, did we do Conclave and Leviathan's Maw? Didn't do it yet, right? Conclave in Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan. This aspect of Unbroken Tether good for chain lightning? No, it's just trash. It doesn't do anything. It's a waste of aspect. You're not gonna have any problem. So basically everything which does not do damage these days is just a waste. And the extra bounces, they really don't do anything because chain lightning doesn't do damage. So the problem is skills basically don't do damage, right? So if you play chain lightning, it doesn't matter how often your chain lightning hits, it does no damage. What does damage is the explosion from chain lightning, like the flat damage amounts. The chain lightning itself doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah, in this build, if you're doing like Nightmare Dungeons, it's still like one-shots non-elites. But basically it doesn't do damage. The end of the story is skills don't do damage at all. Just secondary effects do damage, basically. It's kind of the story right now. Yeah, but Ball Lightning is shit for Nightmare Dungeon, basically. For low pits, so basically with Ball Lightning you have only Lightning Spear which does damage, right? Because Ball Lightning basically doesn't hit anything. So for Nightmare Dungeons you really want to have Chain Lightning, because you just have more targeted spells. So the Ball Lightning you basically just shoot in the air and really doesn't give you like much more clear speed. Even though it has higher attack frames, it doesn't really matter, like for your teleporting speed. Yeah, you can get a little bit faster, but it doesn't really matter, because in the end you need to pick up Obducite, so you need to slow down when you kill elite packs. So I highly recommend, if you want to speed farm Nightmare Dungeons, to just do Chain Lightning. For pits, it really doesn't matter, because all your damage is going to come from Lightning Spear regardless. So for pits, this is not so good. I mean, for higher level pits, right? For tier 75 pit, for example, this still does a good amount of damage. But on higher level pits, this kind of falls off. And I really hate that it takes so long for you. You have to pick up like all the loot. And you really have to wait for the Obducite to drop and to pick it up, and that's just bad game design, because this game is just designed to, you know, you do everything extremely fast, right? So your power scaling in this game is basically you clear random stuff as fast as possible. But then you have all these pretty loot animations which take forever. The mobs take forever to drop their goddamn loot, and you have to basically wait for the mobs to drop their loot, and that's just doesn't feel good at all. It's a terrible feeling when you play a fast build like this. And I would really wish they would just drop the loot faster. you always want to spray, no matter what Sorc build you play, if it's not Fireball, you always want to play Splintering Energy. Splintering Energy is the best freaking aspect for Sorc. Every build which can spawn Lightning Spears, you always want to play Splintering Energy. Absolutely always Splintering Energy. The best aspect still. Even though Fireball does a little bit more damage than Splintering Energy, Splintering Energy is still just freaking good as an aspect. And there's a good reason why all builds are playing it like a hybrid, right? All the Chain Lightning builds are playing Splintering Energy in hybrid. Frozen Orb is playing Splintering Energy in hybrid. Ice Shards is playing Splintering Energy in hybrid. Well, Ice Shards maybe not, but... You know, all builds which can basically play Splintering Energy will do it. Because it just gives you a crazy amount of damage. And so you're gonna have critical strike damage everywhere, anywhere, because it's the best damage. It has the highest, you know, damage scaling. And since getting 100% critical strike chance is freaking easy, because you will essentially get it for free. It's just so beneficial to just play Splintering Energy. It helps so much with AoE clearing. It's not good for single target damage, but it's also not bad for single target damage. So in all scenarios you usually have like, you need more AoE damage than boss damage in the end, most likely. So Splintering Energy is always the best aspect to pick pretty much. And I don't really like that. I feel like it's too strong. And you know, I know people hate when, you know, people call for nerfs, but I would like Splintering Energy to be nerfed, or at least to be rebalanced. So you can play it as like a separate build. Because I really hate being forced to hybrid in Splintering Energy into all my builds, because my core skills don't do damage. Right? If my Frozen Orb would do damage itself, I wouldn't play Splintering Energy, because, you know, by playing Splintering Energy, I'm losing out on a 30% damage aspect for something else, right? But I just have to do it, because Frozen Orb itself just doesn't do enough damage. So if you would buff the goddamn core skills by like a couple of 100% points, probably like all core skills should have like a 200% buff. So skills itself could actually do damage and not, you know, Bug Shatter, Bug Fireball, Splintering Energy, or Frostburns, which is basically all these things which can do damage right now on Sorc. And, you know, no skill is in that table of stuff which actually does damage. Alright. Wait, let me just write down what that is. So that is 2 pedestrians and kill all. Just extend these formulas for a little bit. One more. This is also okay, but so the weird thing about the Nightmare dungeons right now is they all kind of are in the, so a lot of those dungeons are in the same tier. Most of the dungeons reward like roughly 1,000 Obducite at the top, and it's really just about how fast you can finish them. I really so far didn't find any dungeon which stands out like significantly of all the other dungeons, which is kind of surprising to me, honestly. What's Splintering Energy? Splintering Energy is the aspect which makes Lightning Spears do damage. Which has been, you know, the strongest Sorc aspect since season... Was it 5 or 4? I think it was season 5. Yeah, it was season 5. It basically makes your Lightning... Well... Simple said, it just makes your Lightning Spears deal infinite amount of damage because they scale with your critical strike damage. Like they double scale basically with your critical strike damage, so it's like an uncapped multiplier. Oh, this has doors by the way, but not so many. But this has a good amount of elites at the last part and completes in 2 minutes, so it's not that bad of a dungeon. So this might be in the higher tiers here. It came out in 4, really? Wasn't Season 4 the Frozen Orb season? Why did I say my Nightmare Dungeon tier list is useless? Nightmare Dungeon tier list is extremely useful. Nightmare Dungeons are very, very rewarding. But maybe it came out in Season 4. Like, I don't even remember stuff in this game because everything is just so watered down. Doors, some. And linear, obviously. So 733 for 2 minutes is also bad. No, there's no familiar build. Familiar does no damage and now it does 30% more of no damage. Wait, there was a boss in here. I forgot which one it was. I think it was Tomblord. Right. Then we have... This has a monster barrier, I cannot play it, so let's go Conclave. I think the Sorc change mid-season are relevant. I mean, they basically buff Incinerate to the moon. Incinerate is like a 600% buff, like 400 to 600% buff or something like that. And the other buffs are all completely irrelevant. The buffs to key passives, which are not Enlightenment, are useless because you're still gonna only play Enlightenment. And the number buffs to ice shots and stuff like that really doesn't matter because those core skills don't do damage. So if you number buff them, it's not gonna change anything at all. If you play ice shots, for example, all your damage comes from Frostburn, so nobody cares if your ice shots do, you know, 10% less damage per bounce or 10% more damage per bounce. It's really just not gonna make any difference whatsoever. And yeah, so except for Incinerate, which is basically buffed to the moon. Like every season, basically, they buff Incinerate to the moon. They just want people to play Incinerate, and I have no freaking idea why, because the skill is fucking garbage. But, you know, I'm gonna try it on Tuesday, how far it can go. My assumption is it can go roughly like to pit tier 90 with the buffs. Maybe to 95-ish. So the buffs on Incinerate are just really out of control. So they should really buff all the time like this, right? Do like very, very strong buffs to builds. Like for the Incinerate, basically they uncap the combustion glyph, right? So, and also they not doubled, but I think 50% more damage on the Incinerate aspect itself. So if you can play it on your 200 stuff, you're basically gonna get like 300% Incinerate damage. So that's really a strong buff there. Meteor buffs are irrelevant. Meteor is a shit build and will stay a shit build. And the buff to Fireball is just a 6% number buff on a glyph, so... which I don't basically play, but now I'm gonna change it. So I was playing different glyphs. I usually play Eliminator. Oh no, the Pyromaniac glyph actually got buffed, right? So yeah, the buff to Fireball is... I think it's like 6 to 7% damage buff, which is alright, but you know, if they fix the bug on Fireball, you know, it doesn't matter anymore. If they don't fix the bug to Fireball, you know, you're gonna get like 1 pit tier more. But nothing really relevant if you ask me. Where do all these guys spawn from? So this is like the very rewarding stuff in Nightmare Dungeons. If you're like early in the seasons, a lot of times you get these ambush spawning, which drop a lot of boss summoning materials. Splintering energy has its own damage basically. Yeah, I'm for sure gonna go for PoE 2. Like I'm looking forward to that a lot, because you know I'm kind of burnt out of D4 honestly, because the game's just the game is not bad, but the end game is bad. So playing D4 for like 20 hours until you are at 80% of your power level, and then playing it for another 500 hours to reach the last 20% is just garbage to me, because the game just does have no endgame, so why would I push for endgame? But, you know, playing the game at the beginning of a season, getting the, you know, the fresh economy and everything, that is fun. So I really like it, and, you know, the game engine, like D4's game engine is absolutely great, right? You know, the animations, the attack speeds, like the feedback, control feedback and everything. So that game engine, that is absolutely amazing, and that's gonna be still miles ahead of PoE 2, right? So this game engine is absolutely kick-ass. But, you know, everything on top of this game engine is unfortunately badly designed, right? The crafting systems, the re-rolling systems, the enchantment, like all these RNG systems are just horribly designed, and I really, really don't like them. And that's why I lose, like, the fun in this game very, very early. And I pretty much just play it for, like, the sake of creating content and, you know, bringing my channel forward, but not really because I, at this point, enjoy the game, right? I just want to make a Nightmare Dungeon tier list, so I know which Nightmare Dungeons are good to run for the next season, basically, because I feel like if they get another buff to a Nightmare Dungeon XP, for example, Nightmare Dungeons are gonna be your go-to farm if you want to do Masterworking. And that's basically what I'm doing it for. But I expect a lot of PoE 2. It's just gonna have that end game I want in a game. If I want to engage with a game for a longer period of time, D4 just doesn't make sense to do that for me. So I'm really just looking for the end game of PoE 2. And I don't know how much end game there's gonna be in the you know, in the early access, right? So it might be that the end game in the early access of PoE 2 is not that awesome, but it's for sure gonna be 15 times better than the end game of D4, because D4 literally has none. So, oh, look at this. See, like, these crazy things happening in the Nightmare Dungeons all the time. Like, you get, like, so many elite spawns, which are kind of random, and it really happens a lot. And you get a lot of boss summoning materials usually out of these. See, there's, again, like in the back, these ambush guys. So these gonna drop like 120 Obducite, and a lot of times they drop like summoning materials. So, really, really worth it. There's another one. It's a little random, like where the bosses actually spawn in this dungeon. There's another one spawning now. A really, really strange dungeon, this. I mean, it takes 3 minutes to complete. So we will see, like, where it basically ends up in the ranking. Well, it cannot have any more issues at the start, which D4 has at this point, right? D4 has so many freaking issues, it had so many freaking bugs, it makes me crazy. It has bugs which are in for years, so honestly, I think PoE 2 is gonna start with less bugs than D4 has right now. There was keys, right? 5 prisoners or something like that. I'm just gonna call it like 4 prisoners. And we have kill all mobs, we have no doors, we have linear, yes. So let's do it one more time. So, even though PoE obviously is gonna have issues, so there's absolutely no doubt about it. I think it's just gonna have way more meaningful endgame. That's just gonna be the go-to for, like, a lot of players. But I mean, like, PoE 2 is not gonna kill D4, right? The games have completely different audience. Like, D4's target audience is the goddamn Xbox store, and, you know, that's the reality, right? And that is not the target audience for PoE. And so I swear, I did this dungeon now for the third time, and I forgot about this guy for the third time. So yeah. Also, I can deal with a game which has issues if the issues get fixed, right? I have no problem with games having issues if the issues get fixed. So D4 has so many issues and they don't get fixed, or if they get fixed, it takes forever for them to fix them, and nobody freaking understands why it's happening that way. Which is, for example, like these shrines, right? So we're 6 weeks now into the season, and now they basically fixed the shrines, right? So that is just unforgivable, if you ask me. Like, if you have a team of, you know, a couple of hundred developers, and you tell me, you know, you just can't disable a shrine temporarily because it's completely fucked up and is annoying to people, right? And you need 6 weeks to fix it and then advertise it as new seasonal content. That's just not okay, right? You have to take immediate action if stuff like that happens. You just go in your freaking database where there's like some random table which says, you know, available shrines, and you just remove the goddamn shrine which is causing the issue. And everybody is fine. Like, nobody would care, right? That's just not the way how you engage with your audience, right? You have a game-breaking bug. People click on a Conduit shrine and have to wait for freaking 30 seconds because they do no damage. That is an absolute game-breaking bug. It is completely annoying. It pisses off your player base. So just disable that goddamn shrine temporarily. It can't be such an issue to disable a shrine temporarily. And if it is such an issue, then you have to ask yourself, well, why is your goddamn source code so fucked up that it is an issue to temporarily remove a shrine, right? Because let's face it, right? If we go into PoE 2 Early Access, and they would have a shrine where you click on it, it would disable your attacks for 30 seconds. They would immediately, same day that would be discovered, somebody would just go in there and remove that goddamn shrine from the list of shrines which can spawn. And that is just a fact. And that is the problem I have with this D4 bug-fixing mentality. They're just way too slow. The dupes, the economy, the trading, everything is fucked up right now. This season, since the beginning of the season, we have severe duping exploit. They're not doing anything. They didn't even disable trade, nothing. The economy of this game is completely shitty. Like, everything is destroyed because they refuse to, you know, do at least like slight stuff to, you know, remove these. And I have to remove 250 here because I had a butcher. So that's 71, 750. Well, I cannot do 50 because it's gonna break my schema here. But so let's do this. And we are still at 72 right now. So this is 1100 for 3 minutes, which is alright, but, you know, not good. Okay, so I need another, like, Tomb of the Saints. I just feel like at this point, D4 devs have given up. Well, I would not say they have given up on the game, but I think they're not trying to fix their game. I think they're trying to reach like a state of the game where they could just, you know, lean back and let it like go, basically, because they made their money off this game, and I think like they get away with, you know, the way they're doing it right now, and we should just accept that we're not gonna get a whole lot anymore of this game, right? The expansion shorted, like this expansion, like the expansion for this game was their, well, I wouldn't say it was their last chance, right? But it was a good chance for them to make so much stuff right, but they didn't. So okay, I'm gonna remove stuff which I already have. Sunken Runes, Blind Burrow. Sunken Ruins I don't have, though I have. Right, Sunken Runes I have, Blind Burrows I have. The new ones I'm gonna play last. Because they're gonna be shit. Right, Blind Burrows I have. Heaven's Keep, I think I have as well. Yes. Leviathan's Maw I have. Lost Keep I have. Do I have Lost Keep? No, I don't have Lost Keep. Alright, so Blood-Soaked Crag, Champion's Demise I have. Blood-Soaked Crag I don't have. Sealed Archives. I don't have. I have. Oh, I have so many of these. Seaside Descent, Seaside. I have as well. I have so many of these already. Forsaken Quarry I have. Mallwood. That one I don't have. One I have. This one don't. Refugee and Garenhold. Garenhold I don't have. Alright, so... So we gotta get rid of some Nightmare Dungeons here, because I'm running out of space. Yeah, maintenance mode, right? Alright, so let's destroy some of these. Oblivion. I didn't do this one yet. Right, Oblivion. 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 So Heaven's Keep, Lost Keep I both had. Wait, did I have Lost Keep? No, I just have Heaven's Keep. Right, so we need Lost Keep. Lost Keep, Lost Keep, Lost Keep. One I didn't have. These ones I didn't have. Shit, now I have like so many which I didn't have yet. Unfortunately, I have no like stash space left. Ironhold, Feeding Grounds. Right. Let's go on. With Oblivion. Oblivion, and then we do Lost. Right. Oblivion. Why can't I click? Oh, this is bugged. I cannot click this. I had the problem before. Maybe it's like hidden behind a stronghold, but I haven't had that before. I have to check that later. Something is wrong with Oblivion. So let's go Lost Keep. But you just cannot click this dungeon for whatever reason. For whatever reason, you cannot click it. And I haven't had this, you know, you need to unlock a stronghold to play this dungeon yet. I haven't had that. I don't think it's the issue with Oblivion, but I don't know yet. I mean, something is wrong with that dungeon. But I know it's a bad dungeon anyway, so... Oh yeah, Lost Keep is probably also pretty bad. It has already doors, it has like kills. Oh wow. This is not a good one. So this is not gonna be linear, it has doors. Not the best monster density either. Oh, that was a good loot explosion there. So... Alright. Oh wow, even more doors in the second phase. In general, like most of these keep style dungeons, like whenever they're called like Bastion or Keep, they're usually bad. Because most of them have doors. And doors is just something you don't want to have. Even though this has a good amount of elites here. Which is then the flip side of these keep style dungeons. Most of them have like a lot of elites. But yeah, you have these doors which is like impossible to open. And I feel like it's also like horrible for a game like that to enforce like clicks on objects. Because it kind of gets you out of the flow, because you don't really have to do precise clicks in these games, right? You basically just hold your mouse pointer like somewhere, and you know, in that direction you're gonna cast your spells or whatever. But you don't want to do like a precise click on an object. It's not expected by a game like that. You don't really want to, you know, build up accuracy in a game like this. And that's why usually games like this take all these doors and these kinds of things out. And again, I cannot click them without moving away from them because it interrupts my autocasting. But it's just not enjoyable in a game like that. You just want to, you know, stay like in your gameplay loop, stay in your flow, and you don't want to be interrupted by having to open a door. It just doesn't feel good. It just looks pretty, and that's like a lot of problems with this game is, you know, stuff looks pretty, but because it looks pretty, it's actually bad. Which is opening doors, right? Doors look pretty, you know, doors make a lot of sense from whatever like point of view you want to do, right? In a keep, you're gonna have doors, but then just gonna open the door automatically when I go in front of it. It makes it just way more enjoyable for everyone. So Lost Keep, we had Lost Keep in so that was Animus, and what was the first one? I think it was Kill 3. Many doors, not linear. I think I gotta start fresh with my sigils. I think I just gotta salvage all sigils and start fresh. Because at this point, sorting through the sigils is just gonna be way too annoying. Because I don't have stash space. Or I could just run the stupid, what's it called? Like the new Nahantu ones first. I guess I can just run the Nahantu ones, but that's gonna help me a little bit. I know they're shit, basically. But I don't know if I want to run them with or without Treasure Room. But I think they're going to be bad even with Treasure. I think they're going to be worse with Treasure Room, to be honest. Because it also puts like a lot of randomness. But it's going to take like at least a minute to unlock the Treasure Room for like 250 extra Obducite. So I think it's not going to be worth it whatsoever. So I don't think I will run the Treasure Room at all. I will just rank them without the Treasure Room. Because they finish relatively fast without the Treasure Room. So I don't think they are exceptionally bad if you run them. But finishing the objectives for the Treasure Room... I mean, some are okay. There has been some objectives which are good. There has been some which are very, very bad. So I guess I would have to figure it out by the dungeon. But it might be much better if they fix like the minimap and the objectives. Because right now you cannot see the objectives on the minimap. And that's a huge issue, obviously. You can see them, it's probably going to be a little bit better. Since the Treasure Room, it drops like 300 total, 310 total. I think it has 3 elites. And it drops 250 at the end. So many doors. Jesus. This is just horrible. Let's correct this boss here. We have Resurrected Malice. To check where Oblivion is. Maybe I can just finish the stronghold and get access to it. But yeah, still, I think Nightmare Dungeons are gonna be the best thing you can run early season. So I really gonna shift my focus from like farming. Because I used to farm like a lot of Infernal Hordes and shit. And especially if you're not on T4, right? The problem is, I'm just talking about very early in the season, right? Where you not have access to T4. So it took me like 2 or 3 days to have like a farmable state in T4. And as long as you're in T3, like these Nightmare Dungeons are also still gonna reward you a whole lot. They're gonna reward you your boss summoning materials. You're gonna get a good amount of XP. And you're gonna get a good amount of Obducite, which you're gonna need later. And the difficulty level of these is just way lower in tier 3 than, you know, anything like Pits or Infernal Hordes. The difficulty is basically much higher. And so I think it's a great thing to, you know, get your first Uber Unique. Just get yourself a Shako. Because you can play a speed farming build with a Sorc without anything. You really just need a Shako. You can use random boots, just put evade cooldown reduction on it. Take a random amulet, put evade cooldown reduction on it. And you just need like the chain lightning pants and you can run this build, no problem. You can even run this without chain lightning pants by just using lightning spear. And you will be very fast and that's going to be really, really good for early game farming. And I always used to get the Air of Perdition first. Because, well, it's a 60% damage buff and, you know, lots of crits and shit like that. But actually, to get like the boss materials and everything, and get everything going, it will be better to just get a Shako first, and then farm with the Shako, and then get your Air of Perdition for pit damage later. Can't stand these doors. But you have some good rooms in this, basically. That's a torture. You mean torture? So this is gonna be the longest dungeon I ran so far. By far, actually. I think I had one in the 9 minutes, but this is 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Right, so this is 75.1k. And this was 9 minutes 50 seconds. Jesus Christ. Worst dungeon ever. Oh, Commodore Temple. I think I have enough of those. I think Commodore Temple is pretty fast. Commodore Temple. So I have one here. One here. Okay, so I can run this and I can run this house here. Which is a good dungeon, by the way. I like it. Okay, so let's go for Commodore Temple. For the Charnel House or whatever that's called. Right, Commodore Temple and House and Dry Steps. Commodore Temple. House. Dry Steps. Looks good. Right, let's start with Commodore Temple. So I really gotta... So I really, I'm really interested what they come up with the PTR. If there's gonna be anything interesting on there. I know they said there's gonna be a lot of stuff, but you know, they said there's gonna be a lot of stuff in the last campfire as well. There was literally nothing. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. What's in there? Also, I feel like this time they do the PDR early enough. I mean, they're still not gonna fix shit, but... Oh yeah, it's this dungeon, I remember. High Priests. This is a pretty good one, I feel like. Has a lot of elite packs. Pretty linear. Can really just board through and kill everything. This side of it. Where do I have to go? Oh, okay. This could be one of the best ones. Well, wait, there's boss already? Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's a fast one. It's the fastest dungeon I've played so far, I think. So that's really just kill 3. Kill 3, no other mechanic. The boss was... Oh god, forgot it. Castra Abomination. But yeah, so everybody's gonna play PoE too, right? So, well, not everybody, obviously, but, you know, all the content creators, you can expect them to not play any Diablo, basically. So there's gonna be the PDR, right? And, so we're gonna do the PDR, and after the PDR, we're gonna do PoE. And nobody's gonna play any Diablo, basically, until the next season. It's just gonna be over. So that's the story there. But that has always been like this with D4 seasons, right? They just end basically after 2 weeks for like for the fast players. After like 2 weeks, there's literally nothing to explore. Where's the priest? Goddamn, this is large. I want to kill this goblin. Oh, there he is. Wait, no. He was on the map all the time and I just didn't see him. It's bad. Anyway, I killed a good amount of elites. So also, one more thing about Nightmare Dungeons, which is makes them much better than Hordes, is you get obols. And you actually get like a bunch of obols. You get roughly like 3,000 obols per hour. Which in the early game transitions to like a lot of ancestral gear. Like I'm pushing amulets now because it just goes faster. But if you push like, for example, focus or like armor pieces, even like for 25, right? You get so many ancestral armor pieces. And if you're in a very early economy, what I used to do is I just get chess pieces and sell my greater FX intelligence chess pieces on Diablo.trade. Because I can get so many of them so fast by just gambling. It's a really great strategy. You get like 10 10 ancestral chess pieces per hour or something like that, and you can really do that on day 1 of his season. Obviously, you can also go for the offensive items for yourself, right? Up here. Gotta remove 10 seconds for my screw up here. So this is probably gonna be S tier. Fast dungeon with lots of elites. Right, so what do we have? We have 76.9. And we did 538. Well, 600. It's actually not. So I always think like these dungeons are good, and in the end they are bad. It happens all the time. The short dungeons are really not that good. It's the amount of elites which matters. Alright, so we have the next one. Even though, obviously, in the shorter dungeon you get more boss materials, because you get the steel key at the end of the dungeon, which is, you know, in the early economy, it is really important. In the late game, it doesn't matter at all. But in early economy, those extra boss summoning materials do actually quite a bit. Was it actually 6 prisoners? Right? 6 prisoners. Wow. Now, I will publish this when I'm done on my website. So, I don't know how many Nightmare Dungeons there are, but it's probably gonna be done on Monday, I would assume. See, like, these kind of objectives are usually very good, because they spawn extra elites on killing them. So every elite spawn by them basically gives you 45 Obducite. Really feels like the best dungeons are just killing elites. The objectives, well, annoying objectives which takes time, yes, but the larger the dungeon, as long as it has a good amount of elite packs, it's gonna be better than the short dungeons. Also, in a real scenario, you would open the Resplendent chest, right? So my gain per hour is gonna be a little bit lower, because I'm not gonna open chests and I'm not gonna kill goblins. Because I don't want to inflate my results, basically, right? I wanna have the same results every time. So in reality, because it's random how many... so Resplendent Chest can drop 100 Obducite, or it cannot drop 100 Obducite, right? So I kind of don't open them, so I have no RNG. You're welcome, bro. Glad you like it. So... Again, this is, so there's obviously gonna be a new Nightmare Dungeon rotation next season, but there's not so many dungeons, and I feel like there's already half the dungeons in the rotation, so I think there's gonna be a good overlap, and then we're gonna complete it after the next season, basically, or when the next season starts. We're gonna complete it within the first 2 weeks or something like that. I don't know if so many people are still playing in this season. Most people are not really playing anymore, I guess. But I don't have anything better to do at this point. I'm gonna play Incinerate on Tuesday, though. That's gonna be... It's probably not gonna be fun. It's probably gonna be the same bullshit than last time I tried Incinerate. But maybe it's gonna be a little bit better this time. Yeah, right now, so if you want to build now, it's a big problem. So with D4s, if you start late in a season, it's going to be a big issue. Because you are not going to be able to get these gear pieces anymore. Because really the only way to get like your mythic uniques you need for these builds effectively is run bosses. And to run bosses, you basically need to trade for boss materials. The problem is the economy at this point is completely dead, and you're not going to even find somebody who trades with you anymore. So it's really an issue with this game. If you come into a season after like 3 or 4 weeks, it's gonna be messed up. So if you really want to get into like D4, you have to start at the beginning of a season. You can try out the game and stuff, absolutely fine. But if you want to like kind of do any kind of late game build style stuff, you're not gonna get it done if you start late into the season. That's unfortunate with the economy in this game, how it works. You're not even gonna find like people who run bosses with you, right? So mainly obtaining gear in this game is you have to run bosses with a rotation of 4 players. So you can you know, get 4 bosses out of 1 times boss materials basically, and you're not gonna find players anymore. I mean, you might find some, but most people stop playing, so it's gonna be difficult to achieve that. It's a big issue this game has, and if you really have to solo farm like all the materials to run your bosses, it's gonna take forever. The only way you can still buy items is obviously for real money. That's one thing which is always gonna work. Wait, where have to freaking go? The layout of this dungeon I don't really like so much, I have to say. So if you want to go into like a new game, I recommend to wait for the December 6th and, you know, go into PoE 2. My honest advice is not get into D4 at this stage of the game. Again, it's great for trying out, but you don't want to try hard basically, because you're gonna get a wrong impression of the game if you try hard, like making a build, and you know, it's gonna be difficult at this stage. So. Alright, so that was 648. And we have 79.1. That was a good one. I feel like. One of the better one. It was kill 3, and the first one was 6 prisoners. Linear doors, some doors, linear, no, not at all. But yeah, 216 for, well, actually also not that good. But, you know. So, I'm gonna start doing the Nahantu ones now, because I really have to get stash space. So let's just do some random ones here. Wait, I have Gara on hold. Ads for Masterworking gets old? What does that mean? Gara on hold in Gorsglen. So hold, again, like everything which hold and keep is usually shit. So let's see if we can stick to this schema here. So my guess is it's gonna be shit. That's the first door already. No elite packs so far. This objective is relatively easy though, but there's already opened like 5 doors within the first 47 seconds. Not the best situation you want to be in. But let's see how the second part works. Okay, I have to find the key. Yeah. Second part still doors. So even though if you don't play like an auto-casting build like I do, like doors are not so much of an issue, I feel like still nobody likes opening these doors. This has like many doors. But yeah, it's finishing pretty fast actually. But yeah, so the 2-minute dungeons, which reward just like 500 to 600 Obducite, are just not good. Because there's 2-minute dungeons which reward 1000 Obducite, basically. Okay, so we got... I don't remember what boss it was. I think it was Scorch of the Land, but we will see. So we got... wait. E plus door, and the first one was kill 3. I wonder if there's how many nightmare dungeons it's going to be total. I think it's roughly going to be 60 to 70 total. That's my best guess here. So this triple door in the beginning already for like not even one elite pack. Even though this has a good amount of elites, this dungeon itself. And it's also linear, I have to say. So this one was way better than the last one, like on the door count. But yeah, in dungeons like this, you still wanna finish the areas and search for the elite packs. Unfortunately, I didn't find one, but it's worth it. But this is probably the dungeon with the most amount of doors I've played so far. So this is not linear, it has many doors. Definitely not a good dungeon you want to play. Alright. What? Even though it just takes 2 minutes. This is a much better starting there. Oh well, again. Actually, they still use like the same tile set map building logic they use in D2, it feels like. I don't know, like these days, I don't understand why you still use a tile set map building algorithms. I feel like it would be much better to just use AI to build tile sets. I don't really like the whole tile set approach in building maps. I think we are at a state where you could actually do better procedures to create maps than just putting tile sets. I would probably even like if the Nightmare Dungeons were not randomized. It would be the same layout every time. I think that would be much better. Because you know what, there's just so many Nightmare Dungeons. I feel like you don't even need to randomize them. It's just gonna be more frustrating. If it would be the same dungeon and way every time, I would probably like it much more. Kind of get like the feeling then, you know, the dungeon you played them before. And since you're just playing them for farming anyway, you don't really care if it's going to be a different layout or not, right? I get that on like outdoor maps and stuff like that. But on a dungeon like this, really, I don't see a whole bunch of benefit. Because the replayability in these dungeons is not going to get more exciting by these dungeons to be auto-generated. Because you're basically farming the dungeon for completing them as fast as possible. That's your goal. Your goal is not to, you know, be excited about the layout changing. And if you want to farm them as fast as possible, the layout is going to be the same every time. It's just going to be faster. So people would like it more. Alright, so let's see. We have 81.2k. So this is a pretty bad one, right? 700 for a 3-minute or 2.5-minute dungeon, whatever. Doors. Many doors. Not really linear, no. Right. Now it's starting to get ridiculous here. So carrion fields I still have to run. Let's do a different strategy here. We're just gonna remove the ones we have to run here. Grinning Labyrinth we have to run. Whispering Pines we did. The new ones we want to do. Morewood I need to run. Falling Warren I need to run. One of these two I need to run, I don't know which one. Buried Halls, I think I need to run too. Faceless Shrine, Heaven's Keep, I ran this. Not sure what this one. This one I need. One. Uber's Rest, I think I did, right? Yeah. Whispering Pines as well. So let's trash these. Then I can pick up the good ones again. So I can run some more. So wait, let's see. Which one do I have? Do I have Sirocco Caverns? No. Yes. Then I have... Then I don't have the other one. What's it called? Deserted Underpass, right? Yeah. So we need to run Deserted Underpass. That's going to be an S tier one, by the way. It's one of the best ones. The best one is going to be Oldo's Cave for sure. Damn, I only have one of those. Well. And then we have Mallwood. That one we still need, right? Yes. And... Deadman Stretch, I think we didn't do as well. So Mall, Wood, Dead, Stretch. 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 There's a barrier. God damn it. I guess I can do it with a barrier. Forbidden City, what about that one? Pretty sure I didn't do this. Forbidden City, Forbidden City. Forbidden City. Falling Warren I also need to do, that's a very good one. But I only have 2 of those. Druid Halls. I ran already. Anyway. Carrion Fields. 1. Okay, so let's go on with these. Allwood. I think this one was bad as well. But maybe it wasn't. I think it has like a fortress. Why does it just kill like the 3 guys and then you're done? I think it's 3 guys plus boss. But I don't like the snow, like it hurts my eyes. So way too bright. Oh yeah, so this is a good one. Okay, 1, 2. I mean, it's okay. It's definitely not the best one. But it has quite a few elites here and there, but I hate that it's not linear. Huge amounts of backtracking here. Never want to have that. These random dungeon events, they gotta work on those. They're just so useless. Oh, there's just Obducite dropping everywhere. Good evening, how are you? I'm really looking forward to like the witch in PoE. It's gonna be my... It's the PoE Necromancer. It's gonna be so awesome. Can't wait for it. What, you're looking at the last one? No, I will not. D4 is just not a good enough game to do a second class. Like, if you want to do a second class, the game has to be good. If the game is shit, I cannot do a second class, basically. If I want to try different stuff, I will just do PoE, honestly. And I don't really like most of the classes in D4, like from their... so I always play like magic classes, right? I usually... Sometimes I would play, you know, like a kind of a bow style of class, or like, you know, any kind of range combat kind of class, but the rogue in D4 is just not it, right? That is, I don't know, I don't like that style. If I wanna play a rogue, I wanna do like, you know, like multiple projectiles, like the good old, what was it called, like split shot, I think, in Diablo 2 or whatever, or in general like the PoE multiple projectile style. I would like play something like that, but the rogue in D4 is just not like that. I feel like it's slow as fuck. And I mean, if you play like for like kind of a ranged weapon type, and yeah, Necromancer in D4 is just not playable, I feel like. And because if I play a Necromancer, I wanna play minions, right? But if I cannot target my minions, then, you know, I cannot play the class. Oh, too bad, actually. So yeah, that's the story why I will not play another class in this game. I will play classes in PoE. How does it drop how does this come out of my lost items stash? I don't understand. Anyway, so 83.7 for 640. And it's kill 3. No doors, not linear. It's an okay one. I forgot here in my last one. I forgot the Scourge of the Land boss. So really, so far, not so overwhelming. Like, there's some which were very, very good. But most of them are in the, like, mediocre range. So yeah, we have Deadman's Dredge. Fortunately, I have one with Barrier, so we'll just take some seconds off. I really just highly encourage you guys follow PoE. It's gonna be a whole different story. I'm looking forward to challenging boss fights. That's gonna be so much freaking fun. I always felt like this is a good dungeon, by the way, because it has a lot of elites. Like, this first section with the Animus Carriers is very straightforward. Goes very fast. And the second part is really just getting those prisoners, which is also pretty easy. But overall, like, the dungeon feels like linear all the time. So I always felt like this was a good Nightmare dungeon. So let's see if that's actually true. It's super interesting because, you know, when I was playing the dungeons, you know, I'm basically going from a feeling these dungeons are good to, like, actually finding out which dungeons are really good and not. And I'm like wrong a lot of the time. So I really felt like some dungeons were very good, which in reality were very shitty. And I felt like some were very shitty, which in reality were the best ones. So I was really very, very far off with my assumptions there. A lot of the times. And I think this one is gonna be one of the better ones. But again, I think it's also gonna be one in the 2-minute range where I only get like 600, 700 Obducite. So This dungeon really has a good amount of elites. And it spawns like another quad pack or something like that at the end. Oh, actually it doesn't. It's one. So yeah, it's also above 2 minutes. So it's probably not gonna be that great. So 220, let's do the barrier last. But I also count time to port in and out of the dungeon. Into the dungeon, right? A lot of people don't do that. I mean, just because, you know, the revealed gameplay of PoE, what you saw looked slow, I wouldn't count on the game actually being slow, because that was all like non-endgame stuff, right? That was really just boss showcases, and that was pure marketing. Right, they want to market their bosses, they want to market their gameplay and everything. But I'm pretty sure in the endgame of PoE 2, it's gonna get much faster. Because they didn't show any endgame so far, they're hiding that. Probably for good reasons. I mean, I would not show the endgame, because, you know, there's other games on the market which might steal your ideas, so I think it's a good decision of them that they didn't show any endgame so far. But, I mean, challenging boss fights are really an element I really enjoy. And if I have a campaign playthrough, I also like this, you have to play the campaign when the new season starts. I have no idea why D4 is not doing that. Well, actually I have an idea, because the D4 campaign is shit, but... so, you make a campaign, right? So, you spend a substantial amount of your development resources in developing a campaign. And then you don't play the campaign ever again in a live service game. I feel like that's a bad decision, because you designed that campaign. So it should be played. If your campaign is so shitty that nobody wants to play it, you know, you just made a design mistake there. But if you design a great campaign, which is actually challenging, then why not have people play it all over again? Like, PoE has been doing that all the time, and you know, a lot of people enjoy playing the early campaign again because it's actually challenging. Of course, if you have like the absolute cookie cutter build, you're gonna, you know, still more through the campaign like crazy. But it's not gonna be like that in PoE 2, right? There's gonna be like challenging bosses in the campaign, and every time there's gonna be a new season, you're gonna replay those bosses, and I think that's great, because really I like stuff like that. I like repetitive stuff, honestly. I have absolutely no problem with playing the same campaign all over again, because I can optimize. And when I'm optimizing, I can say, yeah, nice. Like last time I needed 8 hours to go through the campaign. This time I just need 4 hours, so I'm improving. And I really like that stuff, right? So... And yeah, the Vessel of Hatred campaign, like, it's some of the worst pieces I've ever seen. Like, the campaign was so freaking boring. I don't remember a second of that campaign. It was just really follow, like, the quest pointer for, like, 7 hours straight. There was nothing else. Follow the quest, click this object. Pick up these 4 objects, follow the quest. Follow the quest, pick up those 3 objects. Follow the quest, interact with those 6 objects. Follow the quest, do this. kill one little mini-boss in between. I think there was 2 mini-bosses in between before the last boss. And it really continued like that. It was like so freaking boring. Like after like 2 hours I was already hoping, can this campaign be over please? It is so bad. But no, like it wasn't over. It continued for like another 5 hours. And then when the last boss was coming, I didn't even notice it was a freaking end boss. Like I saw like, well, what is this random dog guy doing? And then I killed it, and somebody was like, yeah, that was the game. And I was like, what, wait, it's over? And yeah, that was the campaign, like it's over. I didn't even freaking notice the campaign was over. So bad it was. I was expecting to have like an epic end boss fight, like with multiple phases, you know, with freaking, you know, shit coming from all over, like stuff raining from the skies on me, me having to dodge shit. But, you know, I just got like this random dog, which I don't even remember the mechanics because the campaign was just so bad. And I'm pretty sure, you know what, the PoE campaign is gonna kick ass. And they never had like these stupid, you know, follow this trail and click stories. I mean, obviously they had it to a certain degree, but usually it was just like an object and you get your skill points from the campaign and shit like that. And from the D4 campaign you actually get nothing, right? It's just like you complete the campaign and you're done with it. So I'm gonna stop here because this was barrier. No. Yeah, exactly. Next campaign, right? You're just gonna spend another $40. That's gonna be it. Correct. So yeah, that was 86.5k. Yeah, that was decent. That was a good dungeon. $6.59. In general, the Animus dungeons are usually the best. So 219 for 933 is pretty good. This is not one of the highest tier, but it's still, this is a pretty good result for a Nightmare dungeon. I don't know, I just feel like the whole development of D4 feels like so lackluster. I cannot really find any love in this game. It just feels like it is being put together for the sake of, you know, somebody says, hey, you have to put together this game. It's not, I don't really see huge effort, like huge development effort going into there at all. That's at least how it feels to me. Wait, did we get Forbidden City already? Nope. Forbidden City is also Fractured Peaks. Forbidden City sounds bad. Well, Forbidden is always bad Nightmare dungeons, I feel like. There was like Forbidden Archives or something like that. I just, by the name, I just probably see that the dungeon's already bad. And then again, I might be completely wrong. But you can see I didn't even play it because it has like Forbidden something in its name. So it's probably gonna have doors and shit. Oh. See, and this is probably a pretty good dungeon. Which I completely ignored because I don't like the name. Wait, what? Did I leave the one alive? No. Because so far this looks like one of the better dungeons because it's linear. Had a good amount of elites. Slay spirits is not bad. Well, not the worst objective there. But yeah, so it's already stopping to be linear, I guess. But it's not that bad so far. But yeah, so it's absolutely not linear. Because I know there's probably going to be a spirit here, right? Oh, so there's 2 now. Well, that's confusing. Okay, slay all the enemies. Is backtracking included? stupid butcher I don't want to play. So I have to deduct 250 for the butcher again. So yeah, this is pretty pretty long, I feel like. There's good amount of elites though. So 350, so I'm gonna deduct 300 because also like the kill times. I mean, it's actually not that bad, like from a kill speed perspective here. So I liked last Epoch, but I felt like it was too slow. In the game, you really feel like that it has been developed by a very small team, right? You feel the mechanics are not that developed. The game engine itself is slow. The game is great, like the crafting and everything in the game. I like the end game, like with the corruption and the monolith system. I really liked it. I liked the monster models. They were quite refreshing, if you ask me. But the game engine is just not that good. So I think that game has potential to be good, maybe with an expansion or so. You know, I don't know how much money they made during the game, if they now have the funding to, you know, perfectionate the game. But besides of the slow gameplay engine, I felt like the game was pretty good. Especially the crafting. I really liked that crafting system. It was one of the best crafting systems I ever seen. So let's say Last Epoch had the game engine of D4, right? Then it would be probably the best ARPG of all times. Obviously with years and years of improvement, you know. But if they work on their engine, it could be a very, very nice game. And it was never a D4 killer, right? So I think that's like completely out of context to call it a D4 killer. There is no D4 killer because D4 has money and marketing, right? So for players who like endgame, maybe yes, but that's not the primary audience of D4. The primary audience of D4 is casual players. And this game is pretty good for casual players. I mean, they still have to work on itemization. They have to still make like the enchanting systems and stuff like better. They are still absolutely horrible. But if they fix those systems, it's going to be a great game for like casual gamers. Like gamers who, you know, want to maybe play like 2 to 5 hours a week, maybe 10 hours a week. I think it's great for players who want endgame and want long-term engagement. D4 is never gonna get good. I highly doubt that they're gonna go into that direction. They just cannot win that battle, right? It's like, you cannot win against freaking Tencent. Like, you don't even have to try. Like, you cannot, don't fight Chinese people, right? That's always the wrong decision. If you want to fight Chinese people, you're gonna lose. It's not gonna work out for you. So, just admit, like, PoE is gonna be the endgame king. You're not gonna beat that. You know, if you want very, very deep customization of characters, you will play PoE, you will not play D4. And I don't think there should be any kind of attempt to combat that. They just have way too much experience. Like, the team behind PoE, they have so much experience in their game. They have so much development tools. They have so much legacy. They have been doing this for years and years and years. And it's essentially the same team, the same studio and everything, right? So there's absolutely no way you're gonna even try to combat that. So they should just take another spot. Like, they should take the spot of, you know, you come in from a season, they have to add decent seasonal stuff, right? So I see the spot of D4 where they add decent seasonal stuff. Like in season 1 and 2, They added cool stuff in the seasons, which, you know, make new builds, make players come back, right? So if they would just focus on, you know, make new build-altering unique items, make new build-altering seasonal mechanics, right? Then players come back for the season, they play the season, after 2 weeks they go back to wherever they want to go, right? And, you know, for the casual players, the seasonal mechanic doesn't matter anyway, because, you know, for casual players who are sitting, like, on the couch with a controller on Xbox, you know, the game, it's a great game for those people. And they should just take that spot, because, you know, PoE is not gonna fight for that spot. PoE is gonna fight for this end game, long-term engagement, deep optimization of characters. That is where PoE is going. And, like, there's a video I saw on YouTube of, like, one of the PoE creators, on, like, a software developers panel or something like that. I don't remember the name of it. And where he's, like, talking on what's, like, making PoE so successful and how they get, you know, players to re-engage, like, the kind of measures they do so their players always keep coming back and they play for, like, you know, an extended period of time of each season. And that's really, like, their perfection there. And D4 has basically shown that their seasons are absolutely horrible, right? So the base game is a good game, the itemization is absolute crap, the crafting is absolute crap, the seasons are absolute crap, and, you know, you can absolutely work on it, but I feel like it's a lost cause. The game is not in a... The base game is just not good enough to get, like, any kind of deep endgame customization. The systems are not good enough, the skill trees are not good enough, the Paragon system is not good enough, the aspect system is not good enough. Just nothing in this game cries for late game, basically. And in PoE, everything cries for late game. So that's kind of my thinking there. That is, these games should just share, like, the part of the audience which they are appealing to. Yeah, D2 has a very good basement, but, you know, if you think about it from, like, a modern game perspective, right? D2 is a very, very minimal approach, right? D2 has, like, very, very little, actually. D2 has, like, 1 or 2 tier builds each class. Maybe it has 3. D2 has a great itemization, but it basically has no crafting whatsoever. Well, it has crafting, but the crafting in D2 is like, let's face it, right? Crafting in D2 is like you create a rare item with, like, 2 defined stats on it. That's crafting in D2. And the cube recipes, yeah, to socket your items, to upgrade your items, that's cool, but that's not a whole lot, right? But the base game is just great. The game is enjoyable, the balance is great, right? The power creep is great in this game, and but the late game focus is really also just farming, right? You just farm levels. So there's no real late game in D2, I would say, except for PvP. Wait, I have to deduct 300 in this one because of the Goblin and the Butcher. So 8, 17. The first one was kill 3? Was it? Kill 3, kill all, I think. I think it was kill 2, actually, but, you know, who cares, actually. Doors, no. Linear, no. And we have to deduct 300 here. So let's go to 80, 100, but we're still at 8, 9, 400. So this is one of the... Well, it's pretty bad, actually. So... okay. Wait, we did more wood. So I'm gonna do the new ones now. Oh. Let's see. We have something with Grotto. Corrupted Grotto. I can play that. Monster Barrier, though. I haven't ever played this one. So let's see what it's gonna be. So then we have Refugee. Have one of these. What is Haunted Refuge? Did I play that? Nope. Haunted Refugee. Okay. So we do these Corrupted Grotto in Kyrgyzstan and Haunted Refugee. Wait, I already have it? Why didn't it autocomplete? Well, I guess I have it. Then it was Haunted Refuge. Was it a good one? Oh, that was actually a pretty good one, by the way. That's an S tier. So Haunted Refugee in that. Wait, did this have a boss? This had a boss. This had a Resurrected Malice, right? But I'm so sloppy on the bosses. Yeah, it's a good one. It's not a very good one, but it's a pretty good one. So let's go for Haunted Refugee. So Uldur's Cave is the best one for sure. I don't have one right now, but it's definitely going to be the best. And Sirocco Caverns is very good. And what was the other one? Hoarfrost Demise is very good. Sarat's Lair, I don't know if it's in the rotation. I don't remember if I already played it, but I think it's not in the rotation. But maybe it is. Not sure right now. No, I think it is in the rotation actually. But this one I already don't like. It has doors. There's a stupid objective in the beginning. This is probably gonna be shit tier. I have to search for the second stupid thing. Which is probably, wow, all the way down there, really? Gotta be kidding me. Just identified another shit here. Slay all enemies. Well, slay all enemies with doors is always the most enjoyable thing, right? This looks very, very terrible. Maybe I should just stop repeating the very terrible ones. I don't think it makes sense to triple play these even, if it's already clear that they're gonna be shit. I think I'm just wasting my time with these dungeons, because this is gonna be shit tier anyway, right? So why would I even play additional ones of these? I mean, it's probably not even that bad, but... Oh wait, has it a boss now? So see, because sometimes at the end, you know, these dungeons spawn like a lot of elites, which makes them a little better in the end. But still, it's like roughly 3 minutes, right? So it's bad. I think for the shit ones, I just do 2, honestly. I think it's fair. I think if I already know that it's gonna be shit, I'm just gonna change my thing to 2. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, I just don't want to build this tier list out of assumptions. So if you just do 1, It's not okay, but I think I would just do 2 of these kind of dungeons. Because, you know, this still had like a decent amount of elites. So, and it didn't have like so many doors, right? It was 3 doors total. Which is, you know, kind of still alright. Maybe I just like was bad luck, had bad luck with the stone carvings here. You never know, right? But yeah, see, now I have the second one. So this is, now I probably have to travel all the way to the pedestal and then backtrack all the way, so that is definitely not a good dungeon. But this time it was much better than the first one, first time. But still, like, all these times are basically just lost time, right? Yo, thanks for the support, man. Appreciate it. Right. But yeah, this is definitely... I mean, this spawns a huge amount of elites in this last part of the dungeon, right? This is really 10 to 15 packs. Which is... You know, you don't want to underestimate this. And then once you get the last one, it's also gonna spawn like another 6. Well, this is actually 3, and then another 4th one once you kill them. I think, yeah. Which is also a super elite. So this might actually not be so bad as I'm making it here. Is there any decent Sorc build without teleport spam? Only fireball, basically. You're welcome. I mean, you can love or you can hate these teleport style builds, right? So they're very fast builds, and they're very good for like farming. But obviously they're not pushing. But again, pushing is not for me. So I feel like these teleport builds play really nice. I think they are very enjoyable. But you have to kind of like this game. For me, they're also pretty bad because I have pretty bad internet. I have pretty bad latency. So I have to play like with 80 milliseconds ping. And it makes these builds significantly slower, right? We're gonna get fiber optics like early next year. And then these builds are just gonna be much better if you just have like a 30 ping or something like that. But with like latency of like 80 milliseconds, you really feel like... the reactions are not that fast with the build like this. So yeah, now I have to... So definitely this first objective in this dungeon is very, very annoying to say. Yeah, teleport is the symbol of Sorc, right? So why was Sorc like literally... Like if you take D2, right? So I always take D2 as a reference. So new season starting in D2. What's literally everybody's starter class is Sorc. Why is everybody's starter class Sorc? Well, Sorc has teleport, so it farms the fastest early game. Right, so everybody does the Sorc as a starter class to farm their shit. And then you go into like your Hammerden or like your, you know, whatever you wanna play, right? Your Tesla Den or your like Java Zone or... Whatever you want to do, you're always going to start out with the Sorc, because teleport is just freaking awesome. Like, everybody loves teleport. And I really hate that teleport has a cooldown, because in most of the skills you don't even have teleport on your skill bar anymore, because you just play evade. Which is still cool, I guess, but I would just love them to, you know, give me like a unique item which basically removes cooldown on teleport or something like that. So I can just use the regular teleport without, and not this evade style teleport. But yeah, I mean, these lightning builds feel very good. I feel like, you know, from the speed, from the, you know, from the animations, from the visuals. These lightning builds just are very enjoyable to play in general. They don't have top tier damage, right? That's well, we had lightning spear with top tier damage, right? They took it away from us, which is, you know, I guess kind of expected there. That was way too strong. Yeah, the evade Spiritborn incident. Well, yeah, it's really hard to get Mythic Uniques because, you know, usually you can just craft one. But it's so hard to trade for the runes now. So you will not find anybody selling you the runes. You need to craft your Mythic Uniques. And that's really, like, scuffed. The economy of D4 is just completely out of control. Like, it's completely dead. You cannot even trade anymore now. And... wait a minute. So that's not a good result here. So, as already saw, this was a very bad dungeon. Yeah, and you need to find someone who even sells them, right? It's also hard to even find someone who responds. But yeah, all runes are extremely expensive now. So really, if you're just getting into the economy now, it's very, very difficult to get anything going. That's really unfortunate that the economy of this game is so freaking screwed. What was this, by the way? It was kill all mobs and 2 pedestre. And we had some doors and not linear. Alright. Oh, witch water. That was horrible. So I'm gonna start with some new ones now. It's like time for the new bullshit. So let's just get a random one. Forge of Malice. Forge already sounds like a lot of doors. Forge of the Malice. Really? I don't even have it? Wow. So I randomly choose one which I don't even have. Come on. How about whatever this one is? How do I not have these dungeons? This one I have. There's barrier. You have another one? No. I think the new ones are just going to be very, very bad in general. So, hallowed stones. But also, I based this on a feeling I had when I was trying them. And I was trying them and I felt like they're bad. So, if it's really going to be the truth, I don't know at this point. We will find out. If I find any dungeons I can run here. Yeah, the new Aura have, like, basically no objective. Like, you just run to the boss and kill it. And they have the treasure room, but I don't think the treasure room is ever going to be worth it. So, here. So let's find a third one here. How about Ruined Wilds? Barrier. Get away. Alright, so we have... Yeah, I know, I dropped these on purpose. I just don't want to have them. We have Ularian Sepulchre, whatever that is. Then we have Hierophant Pyre. Good thing I have to dump my Obducite soon. Ruined Wild. Because if I go above 100k, I cannot count anymore. So... I don't even know where I want to put my Obducite. I have to make something for Incinerate build, I guess. Do I have a Flame Scar? I tried to buy a Flame Scar and I wasn't finding anyone who sell me one. Inner Flames, Conjuration Mastery, that's all. Well, I could re-roll this. Inner Flames is okay, I guess. Glass Cannon, Inner Flames. And I don't think Flamescar is even going to be played, honestly. I think I have like a Pyromancy, whatever stuff somewhere here. I think this one here. I think you're just gonna play stuff because you want this Incinerate aspect to deal there's the other aspect which is gonna do crazy damage, so I think you're gonna play Incinerate with just the 200 stuff anyway. And you probably want to have the Incinerate to deal double damage proc there with a triple Masterwork. So I feel like I can just use this stuff here. So I'm just gonna Masterwork this stuff here real quick. So I can get rid of some Obducite here. I think we just want Incinerate to deal double damage like 3 times. I don't even know why I tempered Pyromancy attack speed on this, but this has still some tempers left, so that's okay. No, they're not gonna... I don't think they're gonna rework Nightmare Dungeons at all. They're probably just gonna change like the XP gain or something like that. But they're pretty much done with like reworking stuff. It's just gonna stay like it is. Wait, so if you would get triple Incinerate to deal double damage, you would actually get a decent amount. But I will not go for triples, so this one is probably good. We would temper, I don't even know what you would temper on this, honestly. On the offensive part. Probably fire damage. Right, that's probably the best one you can get. Fire damage. One Incinerate build. Wait, I hope this stuff is not bricked. Or hate it so much that you have to right click. Okay, it's not bricked. Good thing. Let's just do this real quick. We want offensive, pyromancy finesse. Fire damage. Well, it's just 6 more tries, right? So this stuff is gonna be bricked anyway. Like, there's no way this is gonna get fire damage, right? There would be like 9. Oh wow, the min roll. Well, I'm fine with the min roll, honestly. I'm gonna take a min roll any day. So yeah, you would probably want to have one. I have an Air of Perdition, right, with core skills, which for an Incinerate build I can also rework, right? Because all we're gonna need is core skills here, right? I mean, but I already have it at +2, so I'm really not gonna rework it. And I don't know what else I would need. I mean, I could probably at this point just, you know, dump my stuff into trying to triple Masterwork all stats on my Shroud of Force desk. Because I really got to get rid of my Masterworking materials. So we're just gonna go for like triple all stats on Shroud of Force desk. That sounds like a good plan, right? Sounds like a good resource dump. So, oh god, come on. Close one, but close one. So technically I have enough resources to basically triple masterwork this, right? Technically. But yeah, like trying to triple crit something, I do not recommend doing that at all unless you have too much Obducite, which you gotta get rid of. I would never recommend triple critting anything. The chance is just so horribly low. Yeah, that's stupid because I'm not. I mean, I'm getting the Obducite passively because I'm tiering Nightmare Dungeons, so I still will get like another 100k or something like that before I'm finished. So I might as well do this. Yeah, double critting on a legendary is much less likely, right? So it's 1 in 25, while on a regular unique it's just 1 in 16. There you go! Easy peasy. That was fast. I mean... So what am I gonna do with my Obducite now? I mean, you know, what? If we have a run, let's just spam this Air of Petition here for like triple core skills. Why not, right? We just gotta get rid of the stuff here. So see, if you actually need it, right, you will never get it. But if you don't give a shit, I want to get rid of my materials. Like I get the triple crit, which is like completely ridiculous. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I already hate myself for doing this. Even though, like literally, what's that one core skill gonna do on an Incinerate build, right? That's gonna be, like, very, very little damage. But, you know, I don't need crit on an Incinerate build, right? It's useless. It's a useless stat. So, I might just go for, like, the triple core skills on this one here. If I don't get it, that's fine. I'm gonna get new Obducite to get it done. See, on this one, I'm pretty unlucky. I'm like in kind of like whatever, like 20 attempts in, and I haven't even. I mean, I hit it once, I think, or twice. So yeah, this system is just so horrible. Like the RNG, there should be just at least like some kind of a pity mechanic in here. Wow. This is getting out of control. Yeah, it's way too slow. It should just be one click for 4, right? Just click it once. Be done. Or at least give me a hotkey. Wow. This is taking forever. And I didn't even double it so far. I'm definitely like 30 tries in or something like that. Come on! Yeah, you should just be able to lock it, right? That would also, I think, be a good system to just, you know, 10,000 Obducite, lock the tier or something like that. Or make it 20k to lock the current tier. Or 50k to lock the current tier. Right? That would be such a great system and probably relatively easy to implement. You lose nothing to reset it. Resetting just costs 5 million golds and some resources. Right? So resetting is relatively cheap. This thing just doesn't want to do what I want to do. Oh wow, now. Let's go. Ah, close one. No, I will not paste it. I will put it on my website once it's done. I want it with like proper filtering and everything and tiers. So I'm not gonna share it before it's done. Ah, second one which was close. I mean, the Obducite is gonna be gone soon, right? So that's a good thing. I don't have to continue this bullshit. But so, like, when building this system, like, how could anybody possibly think anybody's gonna enjoy this? Like, come on. Like, if you show this system to any person of the world, just show this clip of like 5 minutes of doing this. Like, no, there's no way anybody on Earth will say, yeah, this is a cool system. Like, everybody will like that. Everybody will see, wow, this is the worst piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And yeah, it would really be so great if you could just lock one tier, right? So nobody would complain about this system if you could just spend like some Obducite to lock the tier. Or at least spend some Obducite to, you know, 50% boost the chance on, you know, give me whatever, like 5k Obducite to 50% boost the chance for hitting a certain stat or whatever. Right? Just something. Except for this... Oh, third try. The third one for +6. Go. Oh, there you go. Easy. Alright. Triple Masterworking, there you go. So I have one more which I can spam resources on, which is my Rakanos Wake. For maximum cooldown reduction. So let's go. We have some more resources to waste here. Let's go for triple cooldown. Triple cooldown Rakanos Wake. I cannot even you know, think about, you know, Masterworking legendary items. At least, like, literally no build plays legendary items, so... Oh. I mean, I don't even know if it would play... Yeah, you would probably play... I don't know if Rakanos will be even the best boots on Incinerate, but you know what else you're gonna play, honestly. Yeah, exactly, like... Oh. Attention. Ah. Nope. But yeah, the resource is gonna be gone soon, so then I can get new resources. Yeah, with legendary items, like 3 out of 3 on a... So 3 out of 3 on a unique item is still okay, right? So it's just 1 in 64, which is not that bad. But on a freaking legendary, it's like 1 in 125. Next try. Let's go. Ah. Same one again. The boots are going better. Third try already. Go. Ah. Again. I'm gonna keep them because I still don't have boots anymore if I screw them up, so I think we wasted enough resources now. I have now 10.7k. So let's go. We are at 10.7k. So now let's go with the whatever dungeon. This one here. So we're for sure not gonna play boss rooms in this.
This should be.
Yeah, legendary swords are in generally better if you have 100% attack speed. Because it's about the attack speed breakpoint. So, So with Wand and Dagger, you're usually safer on the speed. So in a speed farming build, if... I mean, I don't know the exact frames, but there's also like frames of, you know, Lightning Spear, there's like other frames involved, like frames of Chain Lightning. So in general, you will be a little bit faster if you play a Dagger or a Wand. But if you're looking for max damage, especially if you play Splintering Energy, a Sword is always going to be better. See these? I hate these dungeons. It's just like... So, I mean, if you compare these new Nightmare dungeons to the old ones, right? So, I mean, really, like these dungeons, they're all exactly the same. They're all like this. And, you really just follow a path. And that was also the same with all the Nightmare dungeons in the storyline. Like, the dungeons in the storyline, right? You had to do, like, 7 or 8 of these type dungeons in the storyline of Vessel of Hatred. And they were all the same. Like, you just go through an endless dungeon and in the end you kill a random boss. I think Frostburn is better than Azure. I think the gloves are just better with Enlightenment because you get the cold and fire damage. And you also get a lucky hit chance on it. And I feel like you basically get a double proc, right? And with Azure you only get a single proc. So like basically the Frostburns are dealing double the damage than the Azure. So I feel like they're just better. And I don't think you want to play both because you're gonna lose too much damage from an aspect. So if you think about it, right? Azure does 4k damage and your Frostburns do 2 times 4k, right? At the same lucky hit chance. So if you now remove Azure and get a 30% damage buff, then you basically buff 2 times the damage by 30%. So you make that, you know, let's just make Napkin Master. You make it 60%, right? And by adding Azure on top of your 4 Sylvan damage, that would technically be like 66%, right? Sorry, not 66, 33%. So you're basically buffing 2 procs of 4k damage by 33%, or you buffing your by 33% in total. So I think it's pretty much it's gonna be roughly the same damage value in the end. But the stats on Azure Res are just not as good as the stats on a legendary weapon. That's just my feeling there. But I think Frostburn is always going to be better because Frostburns also have like really good stats, right? Frostburns have very high lucky hit, very high attack speed roll on them. And again, they have these high cold and fire damage, which really with Enlightenment ends up giving you a lot of bonus damage. While Azure Brass really doesn't really have any good stats. And the second proc of Azure Brass is pretty much irrelevant, right? It's just a low proc. Not sure how much damage it even does, but I don't think it's a lot. So I think the most of these Nahantu Nightmare Dungeons are like roughly in the 2-minute clear. And again, if they fix the treasure rooms next season, right, it might be worth doing them. But as long as the objectives are not fixed, I don't see like any reason of even trying them. You don't even know them, right? So, I mean, I know I just killed like a boss, which probably has something to do with the treasure room. But I don't freaking know. Right? I just killed a random boss. So, and also like that hasn't been fixed, right? So the game has been out for 1.5 months now. And you know, probably like a lot of casual players are doing these Nightmare Dungeons. And these objectives are not fixed. 1.5 weeks, 1.5 months. Didn't fix it. See, there was like a random objective on the ground. I don't even know what the fuck it is. There's another one. I don't know what it is. I probably have to click some guy there to get like some kind of a key. But I don't know. And as long as they don't fix that, you will not even consider playing these treasure rooms. Again, there might be some which are easily accessible by just killing... I think there's some where you just kill one boss and get a key. Okay, so... So let's say, what did we have? Or what did we get? We are at 12.4k now. See, that's why I'm saying that these dungeons are absolute shit. Right? 2 minutes for 566. And that was my impression about these dungeons. They were just not having a good elite density, and they take too long to finish, and they don't really give you a lot of Obducite. So even if I had made the treasure rooms, all the treasure rooms within this same time, I would still not be in the S tier. And it would take me significantly more time to even finish the treasure room, right? So, what did I have to do here? I think it's always the same objective, right? You just go to the end, right? There's no objectives in these dungeons. There are no doors and no linearity. So I feel like it's probably even a waste of time to even do these. But you know, maybe there's a good one of these. Maybe I find a good one. Because I for sure haven't played all of these. So maybe there's one which is decent, but I don't think there is. I don't think any of these Nahantu Nightmare Dungeons are even gonna be remotely worth it. But I will look at the objectives, right? So if I find one which has an easy treasure room objective, like kill a boss which drops a key, right? That is something which works. I can also see it like on the minimap. And that might be something which might be worth it. But without the treasure room, like you can see, like these dungeons are very long. There's usually very little elite packs. So... not really so great. But at least you can teleport through the doors, right? That's a good thing. See here, I didn't even find the treasure room, I think. So yeah, again, I saw a treasure room objective there after I basically ported through it. So I think I'm gonna go to 2 of these. Because I know these are not gonna be good, so I know it's gonna be a waste of time to do this. So I'm just gonna stick with 2, so I don't have so much random stuff in there. And if I find one with a playable treasure room, I will give that a shot. But yeah, also like the linearity of this dungeon is just horrible, right? There's just dead ends everywhere. Like this especially, like, I mean, it was still like a 2-minute, right? But it's a 2-minute for like, you know, 500 Obducite. And then, yeah, and you also have these bosses, which take like, I don't know, how many seconds was that to spawn the boss? 7 seconds or something like that? So that's also something which pissed me off. Like again, pretty boss spawn animations versus I just want to goddamn farm the dungeon as fast as possible. Just don't give me the freaking pretty boss farms shit there. This one here, right? So I'm gonna do Nahan 2 dungeons. I'm just gonna do 2. But again, maybe I find a good one, right? I'm not saying that I even have remotely played all of these, so maybe there's a decent one. I don't know. There might be like a hidden gem somewhere in the Nahan 2 Nightmare Dungeons. No, I know there was like some with an easy objective. And if you get a 2-minute dungeon with the treasure room, you might end up like at 1,000 Obducite. See, this one, I guess. No, no, that was a shrine cap. No. That was a shrine cap. But yeah, you have all these roundabouts. Also, like these layouts are like, it's difficult to teleport through because you're always gonna run into like these little objectives in the middle. Oh yeah, I found the boss room. Nice. Good job. Oh yeah, then you have these things, you have to climb down. And that's also like they put so much work in the nightmare dungeons, right? That all the other nightmare dungeons were basically okay. They were kind of unique. You know, they all have like different objectives. They all had like different maps. And then they make the expansion and just give you like, you know, this is just random generated dungeons. I feel like they just, you know, made some, you know, some script where they could just, you know, change the map type and just press a button, generate random nightmare dungeon. And, you know, the only thing these nightmare dungeons differ is they have a different boss, they have a different treasure room mechanic, and they have a different layout. And again, this, how is this boss even called? Priestess of Hatred. Also, these bosses take longer. I feel like they have more HP. But yeah, so pretty much 2 times 2.5 minutes. So I guess that's good enough for like these kind of dungeons. It's not waste like more time than we have to. So we are at 13.7k. So this is 2. Priestess of Hatred. 5, 15, 0, 0. No objectives. Oh no. So as you can see, that's like 650 for 2 minutes 37. So it's never gonna be any good. We don't need this anymore, so we go for Ruined Wild now. So maybe we can find one with a treasure room. Yeah, the elemental constellation doesn't work, unfortunately. It just does no damage. I hate it. This looks a little bit better from the layout, at least. Right, so this is way easier to port through. Pretty relaxed. So now I see a boss there, which might be a key dropping boss, right? Well, actually not. But I saw there's definitely one which has a boss which drops a key for the treasure room. But this also this feels much better, right? It's so easy to port through this through these kind of like larger tunnels. But yeah, dead end, obviously. So even like from this perspective that these dungeons just are like so not linear. Probably not worth doing them. This one has a good amount of elites though. This is, compared to the last one, this is much better. But yeah, this layout is just out of control. So there's the boss room, the treasure room. See, there's the it's probably gonna open the treasure room. I don't know if it's fair to assume that you can find this. But let's see how long this actually takes, right? We're like 10 seconds now into open the treasure room. And now as you can see, if you go in the treasure room, it's gonna spawn... Wait. Wasn't it supposed to spawn 3 mobs? Okay. It didn't even spawn mobs, so it was just basically a plain 250. But you know, that was definitely worth it, right? Doing that treasure room was worth it because I could find the objective. Defiled caster. There's also like a nightmare like a boss with 2 phases. So, but again, it's 3 minutes with treasure room, right? So, that was defiled caster. So objective 1. I'm just gonna write treasure here. So, wait, was that Ruined Wild? Yeah, it was. So let's see if we can... That's at least like a doable treasure room. You just have to find the objective. And you could probably even find it faster than I found it. But I guess without doing the treasure room, this might be just a good dungeon. Because it has so many elites. What? Why is there a... Oh! The treasure room is random. So now it's animals. Which... And I don't even know how much I have. So can I open it? Probably not, right? Okay, so there was just 2 and... Wow, okay, so... But I guess... So... This one is obviously pretty good, right? But this was random. So I guess you cannot play treasure rooms realistically. Well, that's so bad that the objective is also random. I thought it was the same every time in a dungeon. But I mean, even with running these treasure rooms, you know, if we make the mass in the end, you would see this is probably even still gonna fall behind. And I was very lucky with these treasure rooms, right? I opened these without any issues whatsoever. But from the elites, this just feels like the way better dungeon. Even though it's like absolutely not linear. How do you even find out of this dungeon? Here we are. So I guess this is still like a fair assumption with the treasure rooms. So now let's see how much this actually makes up with the treasure rooms. I'm pretty sure we're still gonna be like roughly at 800. Right, so we have 16.4k. 16.4. Okay, it's at 900. At a 6-minute dungeon, right? Oh no, it's actually it's okay because we just did 2 dungeons. So this is actually not too bad if you find the treasure rooms and you finish the dungeon fast. So I guess this is an okay dungeon. But I would have to run another one now because I really want to know if you can also get like bad treasure rooms in that. Let's get some amulets here. Right, so I'm gonna do one more of these. But if you say like I remove the treasure room, right, then I will still be at 1100. So, oh yeah, there's a treasure room objective, so I cannot open the treasure room this time. Yeah, I could try. Whatever, but yeah, this is probably like find a key. Right, this is not going to be a very good objective. Still, in this, the objective is relatively easy, right? Because it is next to the treasure room door is the objective. So you can relatively easy do this. So I guess it's hard to tier these dungeons, but they're definitely not going to be the top tier. But I would want to try these without treasure room. So I guess it's fair to basically take 1 minute off without the treasure room. And then we're probably going to be in the same range. Like then we're going to be at 1k in 1k per 2 minutes, which is good actually. So I think this particular one here is pretty decent. Why is the butcher still around? Can he just leave? I want to kill him. I want to inflate my Obducite gain. So yeah, but as you can see, like 3 minutes with treasure room. Guess it's a fair assessment here. And without, you would probably be roughly at 220-ish. Let's check again. 17.6k. So yeah, we're a little bit lower now, but roughly 1300. So if you would remove the treasure room, wait, I have to go for 0902. So if you would remove the treasure room and remove one, probably like 40 seconds or so, then it wouldn't be so bad, honestly. Like, this dungeon is alright. This was 2, by the way. No, I ran this 3 times. Right. So I'm not giving up on the Nahantu ones yet. What else do we have? Okay, so we have... What is these words even? Like, where do they get that word? Utrescan. Never heard of that. Not good enough for my school English here. See, that's one of the bad ones again. So it's the other random layout, basically. Okay, that's the treasure room door. So see, now the problem is I don't know if it's open now or not, right? So it doesn't look like it's open, so you probably have to press more than one of these. So this one, I have no clue how to open it. Oh yeah, this one has no elites, basically. So this is just like a bunch of normal packs. And that's why it's pretty bad. God, and this climb. So overall, I just don't like these. They're not exciting to play. Maybe if they fix the treasure room objectives. So there's another objective here. Yeah, I can't even see it. I don't know. This was the same one. Okay, see, there's a second one of these. So this seems to have like 2 switches you have to activate or something like that. But I don't know if it's gonna be random. Like, I feel like now I have 2 times the same objective in a row. So it could be pure random, but it could also be the same. Who knows? Maybe different dungeons can have different random objectives. But still, probably if you really want to play these dungeons, you're probably best off just speeding through them. Because this one is pretty fast to finish, actually. Now I want to see. I want to do a sub one and see if it's the same objective again. It can't be random. By the way, I found out why barrier monsters are so hard to kill. They cannot get vulnerable, it seems like. I mean, they get vulnerable, but it doesn't seem to work. So it seems like you don't do any vulnerable damage on barrier monsters. Okay, so now it's a different objective. Now it's like dead bodies. It's just random. This is much better though than the last one. Not the last one, but the first one. From the layout, it's always like you just move to the right and then you get the ladder and then you get the boss instantly. So it also seems like way shorter of a duration. Okay, so we have 19.5k. Oh yeah, that's the expected kind of thing there. This is like kind of semi-linear, I would say. Oh, wait, I have to go to 3 here. So 663 for a 2-minute dungeon it's just not good. right? So it's okay. It's not the worst one, but it's at the bottom end. And it's probably going to be... Well, obviously it's not going to be for all of the Nahantu ones, because I had just one which was good, and even without the boss room it would have been good. So... Spiral.
Thank you.
Forge of Melts. Seething Underpass. Can do that one. Alright, Seething Underpass. I think it's still important to look at them. Maybe there's some good ones in there at all. Maybe not. I think it's going to be 60 to 70 Nightmare Dungeons total. See, this is one of the bad layouts again. So yeah, so this would be Bloodstone, right? And you put the Bloodstone into the treasure room, so you could do that. But this is, for example, like a horrible layout again. Right, so these definitely differentiate in their kind of layout a lot. Like the one which I had, which was just follow these tunnels, was pretty easy, and this has like kind of a shit layout here. Which I don't even know where to go. So if you have to open your map in a Nightmare Dungeon to find the way, it's never a good thing to do. It's like a labyrinth. There's some good elites though. But I hate these edges which you can teleport through. It's really annoying. It's so sloppy. But this has a good amount of elites. Really high density here. Wow. It's even more. So, but it's like as unlinear as it gets. It's really just a huge dungeon with lots of elites, which this might be a very good dungeon, right? Even though I'm 3 minutes in now, I killed like a lot. Oh, this is the boss with the 2 phases, I think, right? Yeah. Really annoying. But again, just the dungeon taking 3 minutes doesn't necessarily make it bad. Seething Underpass. So this time I don't find any elites. It's funny. Oh god, and wow. What? Oh, there. Okay, so this dungeon is as unlinear as it gets. And this time I didn't really find any elites. I think they're just in the second part here. Wow, in my first playthrough in this dungeon, like I found so many freaking elite packs, and now I rarely find any. So weird. I found a dead end with the treasure room. Yeah, so this dungeon just goes straight into shit tier. Like, there's really not much more to say about it, I guess. Also, the boss with the double face takes extra time to kill. Oh my god, I have to wait till I hold Dagger. So yeah, I'm not gonna run this a third time. This is just gonna go into shit tier. So we have 21.2k. Yeah, it's also not even good. For 6:31:00 at 2 runs. So 850 for 3 minute 15, that's just horrible. Okay. So let's see what else we have. I want to do the buried halls, but I still don't have them. Witch water. That was a horrible one. But I only have... Oh, I can't do it. Witch water. The reservoir. I think I didn't do this yet. So witch water and the ancient reservoir in... Oh, I did that? Okay. Nice. So we can throw this one away. Oh, witch water. I think witch water was like one very horrible one with a lot of doors. I think that's the dungeon where you unlock a prodigy's aspect. I don't even know if you still... Like, I don't think anybody's unlocking codex aspects in Nightmare Dungeon these days. I don't know if that's even in the game anymore. free the prisoners. Yes. Door. Wow, so many doors. Many doors in this. If they would even spawn elites and not non-elites. Oh yeah, and the second part also has doors, I guess. But we have a good amount of elites once again. Not too bad, actually, except for opening the doors. I was thinking this would be much worse. To the next one. I'm just dreaming for the day where they fix all the doors so you can teleport through all of them. That will be a great day for this game. But yeah, these doors are very annoying. Got the key as well. Horrible. You have like this scripted rooms with like 3 elites and stuff like that. That's always like a little bit of extra, you know, Obducite you're making. These Ward of Ice, like they spawn always elite mobs when you kill them. That's not too bad, actually. The second part has no doors. It's actually not that horrible. Actually, it has doors, but... So you have to move away. Oh. You have to move away from your target and then hold left click. So you have to hold left click basically out of interaction range, and then it runs to the target. And because holding left click basically removes your auto casting. So that's basically the way you do that. So move away from the target a little bit, and then Put your left mouse on top of it and hold left click so you walk towards the object. And then it's gonna click. See, that's why I'm always moving away from the doors a little bit to open them. It might look a little bit strange, right? So that's the way how to do it. Because unfortunately you cannot bind a key to interaction. I mean, I tried it, but it doesn't work. Because if you could bind a key to interact, then you could just press that because it would override the key you're holding with autocast. But it just doesn't work, unfortunately. If you already know that a door is coming, then it's much easier. I think this is also like in the solid A tier or B tier. Definitely not shit tier. Also, what I never do is, you can open the normal chests. So not resplendent chests, normal chests drop 20 Obducite. I know nobody ever clicks them. Just a fun fact. If you accidentally click one. Alright, so we have 23.4k. So that's a pretty bad one. For like 729. And we have 3 prisoners. Kill 3. Doors. Many. Linear. Yes. So yeah, but not a good dungeon. Anything else? Deserted underpass. I think I did not do it yet. So that's S tier. I think I have 3 now. It's nice. Wait, I really didn't do it yet? I have to put boss. That was Slither. So this is gonna be S tier. S++ tier. Deserted Underpass, one of the best ones. You will see. Very good dungeon, very high mob density, very fast to run. See like how these elite packs are just dropping the Obducite like everywhere. Really, really juicy. Yeah, sometimes you get these. If you get these are like jackpot start events. If you don't finish the events, right, you just run in there and get lost, basically. But they spawn like 6 elite packs at the very beginning. Like, and then these things happen in this dungeon. Like, it's just in general, like, this dungeon is very, very good from, like, a density point of view. Also, like, hitting these Ward of Ice always spawns, like, a mob, which drops another 45. A bit unlucky here with the layout. But as you can see, like, you wanna finish this. So it's a good 2 minutes, but this really gives a lot of Obducite. I don't know if it's the best one. I don't have Uldur's Cave yet. But I'm pretty sure Uldur's Cave is gonna be the best dungeon by very, very far. But I think this is gonna be close. Also, like, this linear layout is very good of this dungeon, really. It's like perfect for this build also. Hitting like walls all the time. Just crazy how many elites are in this dungeon. But it's also like the slow dropping mobs, which is really annoying. A little bit slow though. I have been running these dungeons way faster. I think you can always go faster. I'm really not doing this the fastest way possible. But I really hope they're gonna change the pickup radius next season back to where it has been in Season 5. Then you can just make these Nightmare Dungeons much, much faster. really, really slow today here. Yeah, let's see if I'm correct with my assumption that this is gonna be one of the best. So we have 26.2k. 26.2k in 656. So it's actually not that good. I mean, it's still one of the best ones. It's still one of the best dungeons. 218 for roughly 1,000 is a very good one. So it's in the highest tier, but it's definitely not as extremely good as I thought. But it's still pretty good. And I was relatively slow, I have to say. Again, I don't know where these items from my stash come from. It's weird. I must just be randomly clicking them. What do we have? Endless gates. We have 3 of those. Oh, what works? These ones I have. Augens works. Hope I wrote that correctly. Or the H. That was the one which had the weird bug in the season 2 or something like that with the infinite XP, or was that? I think that was even season 1. Second, just gonna pause here real quick. Yeah, exactly. This was the room, right? In the I think it was season 2. Might have been season 1. But yeah, I have to free 5 prisoners. That's probably not going to be very good. War Master's door. But yeah, it has a good amount of elites still in the first part of this dungeon. Yeah, overall not so good from like elite density point of view, I would say. Greater FX Focus, want to pick that up. Alright. But we do one more after this. Then I hope I'm probably gonna be done with more than half of it. Oh. Yeah, this is not gonna be one of the good dungeons. Absolutely no way. So it's 6 prisoners, right? Yeah. Six prisoners, and the second one is on. What? Frozen. Okay. So annoying that you just have to channel these, right? It should just be auto. Like I don't understand why you have all these channeling click stuff. It's just so annoying. I feel like there's absolutely no reason for having these things to channel. Just get them one click and done. Like you're not gonna abuse. Like actually you could abuse it, right, by just clicking without killing the mobs. But honestly, who would care at this point, right? If you don't want to kill the mobs, you don't kill the mobs. Like, just give me the freedom to decide if I want to kill the mobs or not. Just don't enforce it. It's like, I don't know. All these objectives are just super sloppy. That was that. But yeah, this is probably also gonna be shit tier. Shit plus tier. So let's see. We have 28.3. Yeah, this is shit tier. 6 prisoners. Nothing, right? Yeah. Many doors. Linear, yeah. No, actually, let's just call it semi. Right, we do one more. Let's find a nice one.
Goodbye. Not.
How about Burret Halls? Have it. I already have it. Collapsed vault. But should really like get more organized. Betrayer's Row. Have enough? Enough? Heretics Asylum. I probably have that one as well. No, I don't. Nice. So let's do that. We have barrier, bye-bye barrier. Boss here. So. Alright, last dungeon for today. After that I will probably make a comprehensive list to figure out the ones I still need to do. Doors everywhere. But Animus is generally a good objective, which always gives extra Obducite. It's usually also like pretty fast to complete. But yeah, this dungeon has no mobs. Outside of the Animus carriers here. This really had no elites except for the carriers. There's someone for a key. I found the boss, but not the key. This is shit tier as well. Shit plus tier dungeon. Shit ton of doors, not linear. No elites. Shit plus tier. Just gonna do 2 of these. Too bad. This is shit tier. But at least you can now run the nightmare dungeons, which are locked behind strongholds. That's a good thing, because nobody wants to do the strongholds. So yeah, this is also, I think, one of the worst I played so far. Basically has no elites at all, except for the carriers here. Yeah. Wow, on the elite pack. Incredible. Just have to open like 4 doors for 1 elite pack, basically. That's this dungeon. There it is, there's my elite pack. 4 doors, 1 elite pack. That's how we do it. It really has no elite, this dungeon. Absolutely horrible. I think this might be the worst of all. I think this might be the king of the shit. So let's see, we have 29.9. What was that? Edgestan. Council. Animus and nothing, right? Animus and kill, key plus door. Doors many. Well, 800 for 255. It's not the shittiest one, but it's close. It's very close to the shittiest one though. I have to say. 70s for 230. I think it is the shittiest one, actually. I don't know. It might be hard. These two might be on the battle for the shit. No, wait. Here's the shittiest one. Ceasing Underpass. Nahantu. This is the shittiest one I ran. 850 in a 315. That's for sure the shittiest one. This is also pretty shitty, but... Yeah, so far, I mean, so far, like, my best one is definitely, towards CS, Sunken Ruins is okay. This is, Sirocco Caverns is probably, the best one, 2 minutes for 1,000. Then I have Corrupted Grotto, 2 minutes for 933. 2 minutes for 966, Forsaken Quarry. 2 minutes for 1066, Marina's Refugee. That's the best one so far. 9, this is okay. Deadman Stretch. This one is okay. Deserted Underpass. So that's the best one I ran so far. Again, I don't have Uldur's Cave yet. And this one is also a weird one, like Collapsed Vault. That's 1 minute 23 for 500. But yeah, so far I really found like only like 4 or 5 in the higher tiers. And there's a lot of in this mid-range. And there's a lot of in the shit tier. So yeah. I guess we still have like 30 to go or something like that. 20 to 30 dungeons will be left. So we're gonna have the tier list soon. So yeah. Thanks for watching, and we're gonna continue this on Monday. And then Tuesday we're gonna have Incinerate. It's gonna be hopefully a lot of fun, but probably not. So yeah, thanks for watching.